Yeah. What's up, guys? GUI v files for bankruptcy. Yeah, who cares? Right up to the expected move. That's probably most of the excitement for the day. We'll see. Pretty deep into the sold calls. Resistance at 60.35. Sold calls to the downside at 20, 15, 10. A little bit of support at 25. Support at 6,000. And now what? This could all get pretty boring pretty fast, I think. We got some auctions later. I think you got the we got like a 3 and a 6 at 11:30, and then a 42 day and a 52 week at 1. Sold calls then? Too early. If I was going to, I'd do it above 60.50, but. And there's still too much of a risk that there's more information that comes out today. All right. Yeah, I'm getting it. All right. You got Tesla Greeks? Mm-hmm. Gamma Max is 449.52. GN is 365.24. I'm just glad all those tariffs on Canada are going to finally drop egg prices. Same. Omelets have been getting out of hand lately. Restrictions on exporting LNG being lifted. Big positive for DVM. It's a positive. I don't know if it's that big of a positive, but it's definitely not bad for them. I don't think it matters a ton in the near term. They're already kind of priced based on the price of nat gas in the market, which probably isn't going to improve with the U.S. exporting more LNG. How was the inauguration? Did you have good seats? I didn't go. I was here doing the stream. If SPX to 7,000 by the end of the month, it's because everyone's afraid that the dollar is going to blank. Are Canadian eggs better? They're not real. I captured a wild duck as a hedge against egg prices. I'm not joking. Hmm. Ready for the Delmonico steak to be rebranded the Freedom Steak to avoid the inevitable price controls. I sold the house like last week. Week before last, I guess now. What about MLPs then? Good investments for the next 4 years. Pipeline infrastructures should be that much more valuable now. If I had to choose between corporations building out America's infrastructure and them just keeping the money for themselves, I would probably choose the latter every time. Hmm. Not all cholesterol is bad. I saw the saw Gherkin at the inauguration. Also, back. What's up, Lawrence of Arabia? You ready for Zom 130? I thought Carvana would be kind of bullish today. Didn't you read the write up from yesterday? Hmm. It's only up a little bit. That was the title issue? Yeah. Did the buyers appreciate the shrimp cooker hot tub feature? I don't know. I think he like lives in China. Where's Tesla on the VW chart? Ha ha. Yeah, I get it. I had some old pre-reverse split puts that exercised last Friday, so my short position was up bigly. Nice. When Hugo Boss awarded contract to develop all future SpaceX uniforms, Mercedes already has better self-driving technology. America is great again. Finally, Trump 2028. He's not gonna live that long. Hmm. Not a lot of support to the downside except at 25. I feel like if SPX slips 20, it's gonna fall back pretty hard. Lower high here wouldn't be great. There's a bit of resistance at 30. Oh, there's slightly less than there was. I wonder if we could get the test out at 50 today. It's kind of interesting. NQ's only up 20 points. ES is 54. Should I be longer Carvana? Hmm. Hmm. It's at 40. There's a gap at 26. Vol's still coming down. Okay, NQ's picking up a little bit of gas. How's Apple doing? Chinese sales are down pretty hard. Down 3% on the day. Ouch. Microsoft down 50 BPS. Tesla down 3%. Hmm. I feel like a little bit volatile. I think a note with Riley and the senior notes. Well, they got the senior notes paid off. That's all done, which is cool, and that's what I wanted to see happen. But then simultaneously, they canceled the debt payment on uh, two of the series of their preferred stock, or the interest payment, or cash dividends, um, which wasn't so bullish. So, we'll see. It's still holding above 5, or it was earlier. I think it might still be. The fuck? Oh, nobody lost 5. That's not good. Needs to be above 5. Why is QQQ underperforming SPX? What is this? It's a New World Order. No, I'm not particularly bullish on IWM. It might run a little bit before we hear what the Treasury has planned, but unless um, unless Basant's gonna go like full bore into long-term issuance, then IWM can hold for a little while. Carvana is selling cars to a related party owned by the family. They buy cars from Carvana at a premium. They can do so because they use Carvana stock sales to fund the purchases. Infinite money loop. That's not how that works. And even when they're buying the cars at a premium from Carvana, Carvana's still losing money on the sale of the vehicles. How high Rocket Lab could go today? I don't have any options data for it. Someone asked me about it yesterday. I have no idea. Previous resistance was at like 30, 32. So my two AGL calls get me there. AGL's up a decent amount today. It's starting to push up off of gamma neutral. I actually kind of like how it looks. I have a confession. All this time you kept saying Riley. I thought you were talking about O'Reilly Auto Parts. No, that was like a 2021 play. 2020. That would be O'Reilly, not Riley. We haven't been talking about O'Reilly. I I don't even remember the last time I owned O'Reilly. It's been a while. Not O'Malley the Alley Cat. I remember that skit. People need auto parts to fix their own cars. It's okay, Gilgamesh. I know. We haven't been talking about Riley Reid. What did you invest in, dude? 1 second. Sorry about that. I had to run. I had to run downstairs for a minute. All right, where were we? So this is still just chopping. We get another 30 test. Not quite. 26. Lower high. We got a test at 6,000 in there too. Nice. I wish I was here. I would fucking close my puts. Gift bag. Hmm. Bounce off the Delta flip. Can we test 6,000 today? It came kind of close. Bounced off the Gamma flip, not the Delta. Gamma's the purple line. So, but no, I mean, we could test it. There's support there though. Quite a lot of it. It'll be hard for us to slip 6,000. Seems like it's kind of hard for us to get any positive gamma under us though. Even earlier today, we had a problem with it. A little bit this morning, but not much. MNQ looks kind of bullish. If the Bulls got a leg up on 30, they could push it out to like maybe 50 by the end of the day. Vol's coming down pretty hard, so doesn't seem unreasonable. DM. I'm so fucking back. What? Oh, nice. I love that you reversed the gif. Are you closing your SPX pits then? I've got till end of the month. I'm not too worried about the weekend ones. If we retest 6K, I'll close them. Holy fuck, it's cold out. It's like 10 degrees outside. What's my 2 trading day statuses? Seppuku or not seppuku? Lol, it's negative 19 here. Yeah, but you live in a shithole. That's not my fault. Negative 27? What do you live in Alaska? Did you see the new good dude on Wall Street bets? No. 26, high of 44. It's like 35 degrees in Alaska. I've only ever spent one winter in the North Midwest, but that shit gets brutal. I remember one day it was like negative 30 out. And you couldn't fucking breathe. Are we collectively so bored in here that we're reduced to discussing the weather in our respective geographies? Listen, Nitu, we have to close where we opened, otherwise realized vol isn't going to come down enough. Hmm. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Still no fucking downside support. Some short calls coming down to the upside. A little bit being sold at 30, 35. Some at 20 too. TOO. Not not the number. It was promised volatility. Well, there's a decent amount of volatility. It's just all in a very narrow range. That's a lower low. Mm, 25's resistance here. It's a bit high. Hmm. Ooh, lower high. Nice. Yeah, if this slips 18, we could fall back towards 6,000 again. Need to drop a few more bucks though. I don't know how much momentum we're going to pick up on that move, but maybe a little. Did put leverage come back today? I won't know till tonight. Those calculations are based on OI. We should get an idea tonight. VIX correlation's moving up still. It's almost at 80% now. What was the other one you were asking about? Forward yield on vol. Still negative, like negative 7.2. We're seeing a little bit of the leverage back off in the carry. It's down like 6% from the peak last week on the 10-year. It hit like 9.56. It's down to 8.92 now. We may see more of that fall off more rapidly into the middle of the week. But right now, I mean, there's still a chance that the BOJ won't raise. If we start picking up a lot of like market volatility, I think it'll scare them off. They don't want a repeat of August. Well, I mean, they're gonna probably get that no matter what, but they want to avoid a repeat of August. Didn't you say if it pops, they're having trouble with cost to carry? Yeah. Yeah, they need to keep the short end down. And it's been like the 3 month has been moving up quite a bit since last week. I think like the low last week was like 7.12. It's at like and this morning it hit what was it? 7.31. And we lost 18. So we could slide a little bit here. Definitely a slow downside move, but might get the gap fill at 12. If we can push through the gap fill at 12, we might get might even get the lower one. Looks like NQ's selling off a bit. But we still have to look and see if it gets The rest of the inverse head and shoulders down at 21, 570. Was that 570, 250? For 581. One of those two. Not a lot of short puts below us until we get down to like 605, 6,000. They are selling some in the money, like 60-30, but there's bot puts at 25 right now. 25 and 20. Not a lot of them, but a few. Quick thoughts on the redemption notes for Riley. It would have been a little bit better if they'd fucking not pulled back the cash dividends on their on the rest of their shit. I think they pulled back cash dividends on 2 series of preferred shares, which kind of shat on the positivity from getting the senior notes paid off. Also, not bullish unless it's above 5. So, and it definitely fell below 5 this morning at open. If it can regain 5, though, maybe. I might look at the positioning tonight and see if it's moved around and if people are positioning a little bit more bullishly following it. Yeah, the options chain's just not great down there. I think I overpaid for these. Mm. Yeah, so delta flips negative at 60-16, gamma negative at 11. Does it look like IWM has much more room to the upside? It's got a little bit. Look at the options on it. Damn it. Let's see. Yeah, delta neutral's 27. Gamma neutral's 32. $30 looks like pretty strong resistance. Everything between 20 and 25 and 30 is kind of just choppy, though. Why did you buy the strike we opened above? There's a gap at 12. And I don't really care if the options go in the money or not. But I think if this attempt at building some support fails, we'd probably fall through the prior low. We could test like 605 or 6,000. There's not a lot of support here for the bulls under spot. If gamma flips negative again, they're gonna have to scramble to sell enough puts to turn around the momentum. What do you do about dead labor appropriating living labor? What? This community's pretty toxic towards poors. It's a joke. Everyone in here is poor. The fuck? That's the joke, Sisyphus. I would like to suggest that you, in fact, are not poor. Compared to what, though? New York City poor is not poor. Just stop being poor, bro. I drive a Kia, you plebs. Nice. I think there's a decent long entry for Fixie at these levels. It's a gamble because the ETFs will be closed when we get the inflation report from Japan. So Fixie's is I mean, it's kind of more dangerous than like a futures position on yen or something would be because you'll have to hold it overnight. So you're just flipping a coin. I'm poorer now than I've ever been. Still a pigeon whale though. Riku. My man. One of the first signs of dementia is not understanding sarcasm. Oh shit. Greg, you're diet poor. I was on food stamps 5 years ago. Then I decided to just stop being poor. You mean you got a job? My girlfriend's on food stamps. It's called strategy. I'm not gonna argue with that. Then I was born with dementia. Go back to your getting a job. Can you walk us through that? Well, you fill out applications and then you hope somebody agrees to pay you far less than you're worth for your time. I had a job, but I told them, yo, food insecurity sucks. And then I got a raise. Wait, is that the same job you have now? I think you might need another raise. Lie on your resume. Big lies. Shh, don't give away all the secrets to getting good jobs. Then there won't be any left for the rest of us. Yes, which makes it even more funny. That's not funny. That's just depressing, Dork. I diversified my portfolio with EBT. It only gets worse. Well, you've expanded your horizons by taking on another full-time job that doesn't pay. My resume says I'm senior quant at Pickle Jar Financial. Awesome. Should be able to get a job as a bank teller with that. I don't like this push up. Go back the other way. Hmm. Hmm. Still some bot puts at 25. Any sold puts on the upside? Hmm. Mostly sold calls still. There's actually just not a lot of options interest today at all. Mm. These are so far apart. What's Dixie doing? 10%. Yields are still coming down a bit. Gold, silver up. Oil's kind of creeping up a little too. Hmm. Someone picking up a couple puts at 60-40. There's a tiny bit of put selling at 50. The 20 and 25 puts are still net bought. They sold some of the 15 and the 10 on this move up, but there's still no real downside support till 6,000. It's just the gamma doesn't fall off super quick because there's not a lot of short puts down there. Almost all the short puts are below 6K. Which is really odd, actually. All the bot calls are pretty much gone now, except for the 6,000 strike. There's still about 4,000 calls bought there, 3,000 puts sold. So big synthetic long, and the supportive gamma from that is probably right around where we're trading, actually. What's that? Like 1 to 3? 3, 4. So mm, So this 6,000 position should become a little less supportive into the end of the day. At least here, like the support's gonna move closer to 6,000. It really starts to fall off in power hour. But if they can get it above 28, they're gonna get some support and more support. Hmm. So we're 2908, I guess. I have to save that. Hold on. It's fluctuating. Can we add RDW to Gamma Strike? Do you see what it's doing today? I can ask that they add it, but they might not do it till this weekend. And no. Oh, nice. Big fat move up. They have some news. $925 million cash deal to buy Edge Autonomy. Nice. Another day of slow pushing until they let it go down. Well, it may retreat later, but we'll see. If they can get it above, if they can get it back above like 32, they could keep pushing it. It's just this, right? Like this, like 28 to 32 band. That's a little hard to push through. It's not. I don't think it's that hard to push through. They could definitely get it if they tried, but volume is pretty low. They definitely haven't sold enough puts yet near spot to really leverage up against the sold calls. And the most likely outcome of trading here for too long and keep retesting this is that we're going to get more sold calls built up at, 40, 50, 45. So they need to shit or get off the proverbial pot. Sound could probably run more. It bottomed out, like on its options chain when we shorted it. Um, it's got like a little head and shoulders going on. I'd worry about that. Like the fact that it didn't break back above 16, it's probably not great, but it still could. It definitely hasn't rejected far enough to confirm anything. Let's see, we go a little bit of a confirm with ES losing 60. They did not, Brett. Hmm. That's boring. Alright. Time to YOLO fixie calls? I mean, you can, but if Japan's inflation comes in cool, they probably won't cut. No, Tesla has a bunch of support at 405 and 410. So, if it went below 400, really bearish, but sitting slightly above it, not so much. There's almost here as upper resistance. 400 is a big one. Like 395, 400. Double gap? No. Oosh. What price do we need to break down to confirm a reversal? Mm, 617, 616, 60, 17, 60, 16. Somewhere around there. That's what, like, that breakdown opens the move to retest 6,000. So we need to drop a bit. Like, back to where this breakout started. This is like a really weak inverse head and shoulders, but it's really persistent too. Keep selling just enough to keep it from failing. Just watch ES. I mean, that's what I would do. ES slides back below like 60, 56 probably. 60, 55, right around there. Might start to break down more. Might get like a new lower low. I can see bears pressuring the gap if we get another drop because it's like right there. Not a very big one. It's only like $6, but oops, 60 calls or 61 cents for what? I guess we need to break to the upside. We have to get above 32. That's where the next like support kicks in. I think Fubu has more downside here. I'm trying to take profits. Sure, could fall back to like 350. Right now it's kind of in between the two strikes. Do some like standard deviation analysis on ES to determine like CTA positioning. Besides TA and volume. TA is a little bit higher confidence on ES also because the tick size is bigger. No problem. Vol sellers coming in heavy on MSTR? I don't know. I'd have to look at like last week. MSTR Gamma Max on Friday was 391. Shitload of Delta and Gamma had fallen off of it. 400 is just a huge sold call resistance. There's a bit of a ramp, 590, 395, out to like 397.50, or 390 out to 397.50. But 400 looks like it's still a bit of a bitch. Even more so on shorter dated stuff. I wonder if it's gonna fail or not. Kind of looks like it's gonna. Although not really shitty enough yet. Are we getting more sold calls? Like a little bit. It's taking time to fail. Well, we're positive on Gamma and Delta, both chains, so yeah, a little bit more like staircase down, staircase up. Iowa, 400 OI looks hefty. Yeah, it is. How do you long USA to Mars? Doesn't matter. It's not gonna happen, right? Is that Cillian Murphy playing Melania in the stream card? I believe so. Yeah. Apple's getting obliterated because their Chinese iPhone sales are down like 18.7% for the coming quarter. Mm-hmm. Nothing's moving, but we're getting more support. It's just futures buyers or what? Oh, maybe they were just trying to get a breakout. Maybe if I need to look a little further out. Hmm. Nope, that's about the fucking same. What's the actual upside resistance on EOS? 6078. It's earlier today. Apple will buy at 220 or will see 296, 196. I think it could keep dropping, honestly. I don't know where you go to Mars first and not set up a moon base first, to work on the living space kinks. Just straight to Mars, Bob. Close your puts or you think this fails. I mean, I think it fails. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept them open. There's not really any, like, supportive positioning here. There's some, like, 30 sold puts. That's kind of about all that's propping it up. We're staying pinned to them, but there's bought calls, bought puts at 20, and then sold calls primarily at, what was that? Or 25. Bought puts, bought calls 25. Sold calls at 2015. Bought calls at 6,605. So there's a bit of support at 20. There's a tiny bit of support right here at spot. If we lose 20, though, we can drop back to like 6,000 or 59.90. They're not building any interest to the upside, which is interesting, but unless we fail, it's more interesting than it is detrimental. They've already got the MM as a dip buyer. We're above GN on both chains. But I'm kind of hoping that bulls try to roll up and move puts closer to spot, and as they do, we could get like a little bit of a pullback. There we go. That seems consequential. Trump signed to EO to end telework for federal employees. Gamma Strike have real employees yet? No. And even if we did, that would never be stupid enough to end work from home. What weekly options on AGL? How's that doing, by the way? Ooh, nice. 320. I like it to push a new high today. That'd be fucking dope. If we can get above that 350 mark, it's got some room to run. Yeah, let's not get support here. That's a shitty place to get support. 1 second. Make your dev team come to your apartment every day to code Gamma Strike? God, no. I know how much work I get done from home. I think the government returning to the office is a good thing. We'll see. The government never did work before they were in the when they were in the office, so I don't see why that would change this time around. But maybe that's more consequential. Let's see what happens here at 25. This is an important breakdown for ES. Twenty is a bit supportive here, but it's mostly sold calls. So if we can still can get a nice drop off if we can lose 20 to the downside. It'll be, I think from here down to like 18 is a struggle though. Like we'll need some sell pressure from ES or NQ to push through it. uh, auctions are done. Two of them are done. 4.215. So the short end fell a little bit. Bid to cover 3.04, 2.80. 18% of the bid at the high, 52% of the bid at the high. Hmm. It's a little bit of momentum. Okay. Not bad. What's NQ doing? NQ's a bit more bearish. It may still be where we get our sell off from. Because breadth is still decently strong. RSP's still up like 100 BPS today. Although that can retreat pretty quickly. Nvidia is holding it all up. I don't think Nvidia is. At least not by itself. Amazon and Google are up way more. AGL breaking out. Is it? Ooh, nice. 360 is the next upside test. Nice 340 and then 360. Then 4. Did I look at AGL yesterday? I think I did. Yeah, Gamma Max on it was moving up a little bit. Moved up to like 484. Gamma Neutral still pretty close to spot. DN fell a bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Delta flips negative at 60.19 now. So some of the supportive positioning is starting to pull back. Just need more to pull back. Might have to wait. Just feels that way when you're nursing a put position on it. I'm guessing the auctions were nothing. They weren't particularly great. I mean, yields on the short end kind of fell a little. Not a lot, but a little. Still just kind of like heavy bill issuance, though. AGL keeps going up. Cool. That's what I'd like it to do. We can post pictures in the Discord. We just can't do it on YouTube. You could go to the Pigeon Well chat and tag everybody and force them all to look at your cat. The volume's super fucking low, but it's been low all day. Hmm. Hmm. That's not good. You finally broke out. Hmm. Are bulls gonna push for 6,100? Mm, not today. But by end of week? Maybe. We need to reposition a lot. Profit taking might kill this now. So it looks like the 60-30, 60-25 bot calls are closing here. As long as the drop off in gamma can smooth out a little bit to the downside. And we lose 30 again. I guess, yeah, let's see if we lose 30 first. Hmm. 60, 70. 60, 70, 25. Contracts is so really sensitive. No spike and vol to speak of. Does vol pick up? Yeah, vol picks up if we lose 30, so that could be a big help. Quite a lot, too. Delta flip is still a sub 20, though. So quite a lot of padding. For the upside, I mean, there's still just resistance. Most of the relevant strikes. 35's got some resistance. 40's got some resistance. 45 not so much, but 50 has a ton. 35, 30 shit's pretty flat, so this range is hard to break down through. I still think it's dependent on like ES or NQ failing their breakouts. Maybe more so NQ. Which could. NQ already had a bear flag. It failed it when it caught higher support. But it'd probably be really bearish if it fell back below like 21.6. Fuck. Tired. UGI really is the true stack. UGI is kicking ass right now. AGL's up. It's like 11% in the last week. Stop getting fucking support. This might start failing. Getting closer at least. Brad, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the... Or, well, no, just give Brett a shout out for hooking you up. Fuck the SPX. Fuck the pickle jar. I got a job offer. I'll see you suckers later. Out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, Brett. Have fun at your interview. Tomorrow? I'm not leaving. I can't leave you. Where did you get a job? Did JFresh hire you? Redacted? Still have to pass the background check. I can't say anything further. Wait, did you get a job at the external revenue service? You did get trash down. He's Trump's new tan boy. That could be a possibility. Someone's already lost, right? Mm. More sold calls, 35.40. Looks like the 25 bot calls pulled back, so just 30 bot calls now to the downside. Uh, selling the 10 a little bit more aggressively, but there's sold calls at that strike too. Gamma's starting to go a little bit more steep to the downside. It still looks choppy, like where we're at. I think the someone might be selling the 60/30. I can't tell if they're closing or more being sold, but it's a possibility. There's a few bot puts coming in at 35, not very many. Some more bot puts coming in at 45.50. Thank you so much, Brett. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Brett a shout out. Where do you cut your puts? I don't know if I do. If we broke like the, not even the intraday high, I don't know, maybe like futures 60, 78 might. Otherwise, I mean, there's no significant downside support. Like this hasn't failed yet, but it's not building more bullish positioning. I don't think there's like a concerted buy side effort. I think N cubes like on this bounce, I think it's mostly just been like N cube catching up a bit with ES. But this isn't like a great reversal or anything. NQ still looks like shit. Climbed a bit back above VWAP. It's hard to do much with Apple down 4% on the day. Part of the hot job market problem. Yep. Greg's been on a streak of averaging down a bunch of puts lately. That might be making me like just super greedy though. I mean, vol picks up if we fail 30, which isn't that far off. And this is all built on nothing. I mean, the only thing holding this up is what 700 calls bought at 60-30. There's not a ton of long dated positioning out here to support shit. And the long dated positioning doesn't have a lot of gamma anyway. If you guys look at like the delta chart from this morning, there's like no delta up here at all. Hmm. We also know this 4 p.m. infrastructure announcement is going to do in the end of the day. We're in a new era. If Trump and his team tip some big player off about an announcement that's bullish, we can get to 6,100. They're going to need to sell a lot more puts for us to get to 6,100. And they're going to need to sell them a lot closer to spot than 6,000. They haven't yet. In the meantime, losing 30 still sees IV move up a bit. More at 25, quite a lot at 20. So you can pump all the breadth in the world, but when NQ is 30% of your index, well, 5 stocks in NQ are 30% of your index. It only takes a little bit of a sell off for vol to pick back up again. I think that's on Netflix earnings tonight. Not to play puts calls was a litmus test for the rest of tech earnings. I don't find that Netflix coincides with the rest of tech. It's kind of a very, I mean, like I know it's part of Fang, but their revenue generation is drastically different from the rest of big tech. You still see us dropping end of week. I mean, I think if BOJ hikes, we're probably gonna go down. Yeah. If Basant follows through on any of his promises to try to bring the dollar back down to the ground, that's going to be super fucking bearish. This market's here based on rate cuts, and that's about it. Rate cuts and YCC. If there's a question of either one of those things ending, things get bearish, which is why we went down. And then, we went up with the slight improvement in core CPI, which wasn't much of one. It was just 0.01 off, right? And then Waller was like, we're definitely going to cut more. And that's like 90% of the bounce that we got. What's YCC? Yield curve control. Fed issues lots of bills in order to push the top end of the yields down. Except now that's like 22% of our debt. Didn't know you were talking. Yeah. We got disconnected on Discord. Oh shit, I did. Weird. Try that again. I would understand cutting more when the economy is fine. There's no reason for them to cut. They're just trying to keep the yield curve, like the top end of the yield curve, from shooting up above 5%. Fed still out there trying to use the narrative, and the bond markets are uncertain enough because of the fiscal regime change that they're letting go of a little bit of ground. But if labor still looks hot and growth still looks good and inflation still looks like it's going to move up, we're just going to price out that like half a rate cut all over again. Or if it looks like Trump's going to enact any near-term inflationary trade trade policy. The only reason we're not down right now is because Trump backed off from all the tariffs so far. He pushed out Canada and Mexico to February 1st, so that's not a major concern at the moment. And then pending review of the prior tariffs from his previous administration. And then he backed way off on the Chinese tariffs. But if he tries to push a trade war, we're going to get a big pop in inflation and yields are going to go way up. And he seems pretty hell-bent on doing that. Because the first thing all those governments are going to do is try to retaliate. And if we put tariffs on China, we're gonna offset the deflationary effect that they have. What a weird little bounce. Ooh, some put buying. Someone's picking up some 30 puts. Nice. I wish they'd buy more of those. Lower high. Hmm. What was up with the letter from Yellen regarding extreme measures? I don't know. I didn't see it. There's no corporate tax cuts yet. Those have to be passed by Congress. Ooh, Delta Flip moved above 21. Finally. Hmm. Hmm. I don't even know what's pushing us up at this point. There's no positioning coming in. It's all the same shit that was there before. They haven't like sold more of the 20 or the 15, really. I guess they've sold some of the 25, but not much. Everything at spot is sold calls. Seems like ES is just gunning for the intraday high, or the pre-market high, but on really low volume. And it keeps failing to break out above trend. So maybe we get there by like fucking, I don't know, 1 o'clock. What's our auction later? It's the 42 day and the 52 week. Hmm. Oh, that's kind of okay. Is that a gap fill? $45? What was the close on that candle? 36.45? 37.59. Call selling's picking up at 50 and 60. $20 billion gamma. Uh, Hmm. Hmm. Lower high? Ooh. Just don't get support. Simple. A couple cents off. 77.50. What was the high? 78.25. A lot of call selling on the test. 60, 50, 60, 60. There's still a tiny bit of support at 30, but there's more bot puts there now. I think it'll just matter if ES sells off or NQ sells off. One of them has to fail, or we need profit taking on one of them. Otherwise, the 30 support will just like hold again, or trend support will hold. We still didn't get the high test on ES. It missed by like a couple cents. The high was like 60.77. This morning's was 60.78.25. So it's like 5 ticks off. Or 77.50, so 3 ticks off. I don't even want to drop to the Earth's middle. I just want this to go back to like 60-25. 60-20 would be cool. But either of those I'm fine with. Delta flip's starting to move up. 60-22 now. Gamma falls off pretty quickly to the downside of spot. Goes negative at 35. A total gamma exposure. Then continues to fall off into 60-20. So only up is the only option. Oh, we're gonna get the test. There we go. It did it. Now sell everything. Atomic's littering the chain with Fubo covered calls again. You think it will be a Trump and dump? Ha. That's what Hal doing a Schlumberger and buying back X billion shares at these prices. It's pretty awesome if you owned Hal yesterday. I didn't see the LMT bounce. Did it finally bounce? Yeah, AGL just keeps pushing up. It's the next upside resistance should be like 40 and 60. Like 340, 360. And then I think it starts to pick up some more gamma to the upside. Holy fuck, this is boring. Hmm. Are we gonna get more out of like NQ here? 58 to 74, 75. Hmm. Nvidia is really close to big resistance. UGO doesn't look so hot. Amazon's still kind of pumping like crazy though. Might be some resistance on Amazon around 30. Google doesn't look so great. That's right, we got a little bit of weakness in NQ here. Touch and go though. What the fuck is supporting us at 40? There's nothing on the chain here. Some delta there, but it's not that much. Speed picks up under 40, down to 20. Vana, same deal. Hmm. How much farther is this going to climb on such low volume? No idea. There's no support, so if someone takes profit, it's going to fail. We just haven't had any decent profit taking. And that's going to need to happen on the future side of things, not on SPX. There's like no options on SPX today. There's sold calls, but they're still out of the money for the most part. And there's some sold puts, but those are also really far out of the money. So slightly supportive at 40, but nothing under that. It's very weird price action. Is that a lower high? Same high. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Mm, 40 support is starting to retreat a little bit here too. Delta flip moved up another couple bucks. So it's at 23.31 now. Not moving up that aggressively though. I'd like to see it at like 25, 30. Hmm. Jeez whiz, green bean. Yeah, just futures buyers. $6,300 sold calls at 50. None of the in the money sold calls seem to be pulling back. Still no profit taking on the 60/30s though. So 40 is still slightly supportive. Fucking weird upside move. Vol's almost flat over the last hour. I thought maybe it was like a push for a gap fill, but I don't think there's another upside gap. I think we already filled that one. Is that one filled? Yeah, those are already filled. I never owned any GoEB. I just sold puts on it. Yeah, no problem. Just want a moon. Peener? Yeah. I don't get how it's still fucking pushing up at this point. Unless you're gonna pick up like a bunch of vol into the second half of the day. Is this synthetic short at 60.50? Someone's buying a bunch of puts there. 1,600 of them. Gamma's almost completely flat to the downside. The only support's like maybe 60-30. It's not a very big one. Mm-hmm. 1 o'clock. Yay. There's some profit taking. Okay. Fucking finally. Let's get a bunch more of that. Hmm. Did you cut your puts? No. Hmm. Oh, did they finally pump the video? Son of a bitch. At least Apple looks kind of weak. We got auctions right now. Let's see. 52 week, bid to cover 3.14, high rate 4.25, sells 51 billion. Awards 78.32% at the high. Trump to announce OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle AI investments? The fuck? Trump is set to announce billions of dollars in private sector investment to build artificial intelligence infrastructure in the United States. Hmm. Where's he going to get the money? Come on, yields. I just joined. What's the GoEV situation? Bankruptcy. Mexico will pay for it. Ooh, dollar's down against the yen for the day. GoEV was done like 6 months ago when I sold puts on it, and then you guys were like, I own shares. And I was like, don't buy the company, it sucks. It's literally what I said. I just sold CSPs on it because they had like a 25% yield for 30 days. People actually bought GoEV? Mm-hmm. Or ended up with it, I don't know. One of the two. Of the companies announced that Trump is going to invest in, Nvidia's none of them. Hmm. There's now bought puts at 45 and 50. NQ VWAP's still back at 21,641. What the fuck? All the fucking volume traded on NQ today was down here. It's ES 6056. What was the 42-week auction? 4 point. Ooh, the 42-day bill moved up. 4.250. Hmm. So yields are going up at the. Ooh, bear steepening a little. Hmm. Not the 2 year. Well, the 2 year is up a little. Hmm. Hmm. A little bit more profit taking. We now have synthetic shorts at 50 and 45. So if the 45 moves in the money, might actually be able to dump 40. If we dump 40, probably still support at 30, but less support at 30. The synthetic long at, I need to check that. So the synthetic long, supportive. Gamma falls off from 60, 31 down. So it's still have to lose 31. And Q's pushing for another leg up. The spread's kind of evening out there a bit. This morning's high on NQ was like 21,780. So it's still got a little bit of range. Five eight. Way the fuck above the MM's expected move from today. RSP's starting to fail a little bit. But they're pumping tech, so maybe it doesn't matter. Dow's up 1%. Russell up 1.76. Positioning, still the same shit. Some sold puts at 40. $780. Call FEMA because I'm stoked after noticing the haircut. What's up, dude? People are too bullish about the trade war being paused. Hmm. God, this reminds me of like the price action after like the banks failed. Where we just like ground up all day with no fucking support. Go to a Dominican barber? No. Should I have? Do I look extra Dominican? Ooh, fun. I feel like things are too high for how much time is left in the day. I feel like things aren't going down though. The biggest fucking pullback we've had has been like, is the well, since noon has been what? Fucking like 8 bips. I agree. I think this is bullshit, but someone keeps buying fucking ES and NQ. Just a little bit more. Ooh, a gap down. What the fuck is going on? $31 counterparties takes 96 billion at reverse repo. Ooh, AGL's hitting like 36 now. 37. Volume's starting to fall off on the pump though. Needs to break 350. Some bot puts coming in at 50, 45. No, in the money sold puts. I think still out of money. The majority of them are still down at like 6,000. It's 124. Mm. Well, Godzilla enters stage right from Japan. We'll see. Still don't have a bullish reversal anywhere. Almost on the daily, but we still need to go above like, well, we have to get above 60.99 really. But just to reverse from like the drop before OPEX, we'd have to get above 60, 60, 70. I think there's a chance for this to like lose. There's no support under 40. So if it loses 40, it's going to squeeze out a bunch of puts, and I think it could retest 20, which is why I've cut the puts. The consistent grind to the upside sucks, but it hasn't changed like the support and resistances. So yeah, I kept them because I still think it can fail. It's only like 5 grand. It's not a big deal. Inspirational. Way to go, Gherk. Company party canceled now. Why? At least let me see if I can get back to break even on them. That's my entire mortgage on my cardboard box, Garrick. Uh, the party planning committee needed that 5 grand. I wasn't gonna give it to them anyway. Oh well. That's like 10 ports. That's ridiculous. I made this money doing stupid shit on SPX, and I'll lose this money doing stupid shit on SPX. Hell yeah, brother. A 100% some coin calls this morning. Nice. I made some money on spy calls. I think the berries are working. Nice, Squamsk. I'm gonna spend some 50C down at the 608 test. I was like, no way they're getting even close. I mean, the way the chain looks like right now, we shouldn't even be here. Core CPI was 3.248%, which they rounded down to 3.2 versus the 3.3 expected. Yeah, I know. But then also dipshit from the Fed was like, "Oh, we're gonna cut. Don't worry, we're gonna cut more." You go, Glen Coco. Thanks. Ooh. Can we do it? Mm. How large is your stake in AGL? I don't know. I've got like 100 calls or something like that. It's not very big. Kermit works at the Fed and they let him have a speaking role? Wait, what? Oh, nice. Song time? Not yet. Fun story. In 2021, I got the call from my CEO to sell 18 million net outside sales in 2 weeks so we could round up in our quarter, save the company billions. One of my proudest achievements. Nice. The bond sold a call, and then I put this morning in the first 20 minutes. I'm banked 30%. Done for the day, but still get bothered seeing what the winning option could be worth. Hmm. It's only going to be worth something if we lose 45. And then probably also need to lose 40 and 30. Well, I don't need to lose 30, but 45. We haven't hit a CTA trigger, so there shouldn't be any CTAs coming in. Hmm. 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 If you Jorgen Jewfish had to be a human centipede, what's the order? I have no idea, Bob. The gamma chart looks like we're 5 minutes to market close. I know, there's no fucking downside support on this bullshit at all. Are you still holding your NVIDIA calls? I have some calls on NVIDIA. Not a lot, though. Just 140, 142 spreads. Can you put up GS for SPX for a hot minute? Yeah, sure. So there's no fucking support. The gamma just goes straight to nothing from the downside at spot. So either we keep climbing the wall of worry forever, or at some point someone's gonna take profit and this fails. And the next downside support is still 20. IV doesn't pick up as much as earlier when I moved down to 20, but it gives a shit. But there's a line here that I kind of care about. Maybe not here on ES. Other than that, I don't give a shit. Although if we do get the failure, I expect they will sell a metric fuck ton of puts into the bottom. Hopefully it's just a good failure. Ooh. Puts in the money? Holy shit. Mm. Just squeeze the 40 put. 40.35. Yeah, still need to lose this level. That's what matters. Hmm. So all the delta that came off of Robex, we getting back into the market again? Possibly, yeah. And some pretty strong vol shorting today. It's okay. Buy volume and yes, NQ are low. I know. But it's not just a factor of low volume. It's also time. Right? If we don't get a drop in time, it's all pointless. Or if it happens in like the overnight, that would fucking suck too. We need an actual failure so we can squeeze the short puts. These ES buyers are crazy. Just persistent. I don't really think it's all that crazy. They're just buying all the down ticks. What's up, dude? Or dork? Ooh. Hmm. That's funny. Do you like triple leveraged ETFs? Sometimes. For certain things. Why? Yeah, you could get a boost from earnings. Especially if they're better than expected. Or short vol coming in. MM's like long puts at every strike to the downside at this point. Seems like they just want to try to keep it here, though. Just don't let it fail 40 all day, and they'll be golden. Delta flips at 60.28 now. Keeps inching up. Test the trend. What a terrible day to have a brokerage account. Held into some $7 leaps that are down a bit, and I'm considering cutting them. Mm. So if we put a support at 350 and 4, I don't know. It'll probably find some support around here and move back up again. It just isn't going to move up a lot unless it breaks 450. See what grabbing some MasterCard. Because TNA? Interesting. How does the upside tend to get exhausted in these situations, especially if unsupported? The aggregate profit taking over time weakens the supportive positioning, and then you get a failure, which forces out the remainder of the buyers. So eventually, enough of the supportive delta falls back, or gamma falls back, that there's no more support anymore, and then it fails. Options just getting cheaper. Although they were pretty cheap to begin with today. Well, if the crypto bros are happy that Trump's regulating their industry, they couldn't be happier. They bought Trump coin. It's all dry and grindy. I know. Although I kind of think the effective charm here is still not great for the bulls, not unless they get it above 50. Forcing leaps unplugged because I feel like things are going to get regarded in the coming months. I can't explain regarded. Okay, 40 is getting a little bit less supportive. 45, rather. Just a tiny bit, but tiny bit less. Still synthetic short at 50. Yeah. Still hard to lose 40. Where are the bears of last week that were selling in the money puts or in the money calls? Where are those guys? My dad bought his first crypto after forcing me to show him how to buy a Trump coin. He got rugged 50% same day. Told him, "Welcome to the club." Gonna buy 5 more? Maybe. Probably not. This is enough leverage. Yeah. Fitch ratings. Stable global credit conditions drive neutral sector outlook in 2025. Oops. What's this? Financial markets. Its initial relief about lack of immediate sweeping tariffs on all trade partners turned to queasiness for some as he pledged to place taxes on Mexico and Canada within weeks. Where's the queasiness? Getting more queasy. The MM's not happy about this. Is there a tail on the recent auctions? I don't think so. They were all really short dated ones. Need to get away from all this positive gamma at 50. Hmm. Every two consecutive red candles and it gaps down. That was just one red candle and it gapped down. What time does the SPX wedge implode? I want to go to the bathroom and get a drink. No idea. We already broke out on the top of it, so we'd have to fall back in it. Well, on SPX. This one. Let's see if we can do that. Is it the same? Oh yeah, that is. I don't know. Hasn't yet. Be cool if it did. The ES one from earlier today broke down already, but it hasn't failed. Held support and bounced back up to retest again. We haven't picked up enough volatility at any point to shake anything out. VWAP on NQ is still so fucking far out of the money. Is that just MNQ or is it NQ also? God damn it. Jesus Christ. There's been no, like, upside volume since 1220. What size is the monitor you have your charts on? 27 inches. Hmm. Do you have a 2K monitor or 1080p? Those charts being scaled down to 180 to make them hard to read. They should be pretty easy to read. They've always been scaled at 2K. Pretty sure the stream uploads 2K also. Would you consider a decent price to re-enter Fubo? I would probably start selling CSPs if it went below like 350 or $3. I think we're getting a little bit more sensitivity on the short puts. We're starting to end up closer and closer to the money. Gamma flips at 60.29. Seems like a really good spot for us to retest it. Trumpire. What's a GSIB? A big bank. Goldman Stanley Investment Banking? No. It stands for globally, what is it? Globally, global systemically important bank. Ooh. Continuation? Someone finally gonna sell this piece of shit? Still big support at 40. The only advantage bears have right here is the selling the 40 and the 35 put does nothing to push gamma at spot up. Since you could technically keep pressuring it if we keep getting sellers. Ooh, do some squeezies. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, Jill's having a pretty good day. Hmm. Hmm. All right, which one of you jokers gifted me a membership? It was Brett. Brett did it. What the fuck was that about? Just to squeeze the puts, not the calls. We're not squeezing either one right now. We're smack dab in the middle of both. But if this fails, that's very bearish. Like if they're unable to get it back above 45 and hold it. Yeah, because if this fails again, we might actually start shaking off some of the short puts at like 45.40. If we shake those off, there's no support till 20 or 10. 2010 and 6,000 are the major put side supports. This is why I stayed in these fucking puts all day, because if it collapses, there's a lot of range. I'm so happy that you added RDW. Thank you. I guess we did. I think you asked us to do it. You asked us to do it before. No problem, Jim Martin's wife. Why very bearish? Because it'll shake the 40 and 45 puts out. There's already in the money sold calls at 40, 35, 25, and 20. And none of those have gotten squeezed out on this move up, which is part of the reason the move up's been so shitty. So if vol picks up and the short puts have to close, then this can move down really hard. But that all still requires that we lose like 40 or 38. Delta goes negative at 30. Gamma goes negative at 24. 31 and 24. So it could be kind of significant. Yeah, I mean, here, if you look at the chart, aside from the positive gamma at 50, there's like no support anywhere. Like a little bit of 45, a little bit of 40, and then it's just gone, right? And then like supports at like 620 and 6,000. And there's still that big fucking opening gap down there. It's not close, but it's there. And then like minor support on ES is at 60.66 and major support is at 60.40, which is quite a big drop from spot. I mean, that's both of those levels are pretty big drops from spot. It's like 20 BPS or 61. I would expect that any really big drop to the downside would be met with like a lot of put selling, but that also depends on how much volatility picks up as we're moving down, because they'll want volatility to cool off before selling puts, and it really kind of just expands from like 40 down to, you know, uh, all the way down. Not to mention, like, VWAP on ES is still back at like 60.48, so this entire move up was on like no volume. And if we lose, yeah, if we lose 40 here, it's a breakdown of, is it like a 3-day, 4-day wedge? Boop, boop, boop. So yeah, I think it's significant if it fails. Jim Martin's wife. Welcome back to Zillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll make sure you get added to the country club after the stream.
When the boys can't pump through gambling neutral, Brother Dirt comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. When we fail of resistance, he's streaming in front of us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. And when bulls are sold, so many puts, for their margin will be caught. Gherkin has the answer, let it fall. Though we reached an all-time high, the recession can't be stalled. Gherkin streamed the answer, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, oh, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, only words of wisdom, let it fall. We know not when it's coming. When it does, we'll have a ball. The pickle jar is ready, let it fall. When the bulls can't pump through delta neutral, Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, and fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall, yes, let it fall, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, only words of wisdom, let it fall. What have you done? What'd you make for dinner? Why was it pork?
Squeeze the puts. From 40 to 35, gamma drops by 26 billion. How low could it go? Probably not lower than 20. But that would depend on how hard the puts got squeezed out versus selling more. If they really got squeezed out, it could go down to 6,000. Like we could fill this like the morning gap. Because if 20 gets lost, there's no fucking support. Not until we get down to yeah, like 6,000 or 5090, 5990. They're still fighting right now. A little bit. The volume's still really low. Part of the problem they're having is that there's way more sold calls than there are sold puts. So the charm's not really helping them out here. If they'd gotten it above 650, they would have Bulls would have had the advantage on that, but they did not. So now they got to fight back against the MM, kind of dumping that out of the money call delta. Oh shit, we didn't fill the gap. Hmm. 1 second. Losing 38 is really bearish. $38 and then like 25. 38, 32, 25. Those are all really important levels to the downside. No, I haven't. Mustaches aren't really my thing. If we get under 20, I'm not going to have puts anymore. Probably. Bob, are you trying to tell me that you have a handlebar mustache? Are calls bleeding off? There's no bot calls anywhere. All the calls are sold. I think that there was like one strike that had bot calls. And it was, what was it? It's like 30? There's not very many. There's only like 800. There's bot calls down at 6,000. There's sold calls at 45, 50, and then every strike up to 60, 90. And then there's sold calls in the money at 60, 40, 60, 35, 25, 20, and 10. Ooh. You're gonna do it? Nope, that's the wrong way. How are they controlling VIX so well? There's not a lot of volume. They're also probably trying to reposition all of their leverage that fell off with the OPEX expiration. But I don't think on the index really, just the underlying stocks, like dispersion. Correlation's been moving down pretty hard all day until about 145. And then it kind of has been starting to turn around. But this is probably a rough day to like lever up the dispersion trade with Apple selling off like 4%. Fucking Christ. We don't need to fill the gap. And stop shorting vol, you fucking cunts. Hmm. You're selling the 35 and the 40. But maybe not enough of them. Downside gap. Jesus Christ. So close to glory. It's not over yet. You might just leverage up and get squeezed harder. They'd still have to get it back above 45 to turn around the bleed. 42 is a good start, but it's not enough. Hmm. Hmm. RSP got a little bit of support. MQ still a bit behind. See, shorting the shit out of vol up here seems like a bad idea. The premiums aren't worth much. I don't know why they wouldn't want to let it drop and sell lower if they're going to try to reposition everything. MQ looks bullish for some reason. Does it though? Ooh. AGL hit. Does that hit 340? 341. So the. Ooh, nice. 360 is the next target. They lose the zero DTE stuff, but if they're selling longer dated vol, which they clearly are, look at VIX. Then it makes more sense to sell that shit higher. I'm not even sure that the short vol we're seeing here is on the put side. It is power hour. You said it? This is just like on the bank sale, just a slow grind up. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Hmm. Hmm. Delta flips at 33 now. Gamma at 26. Bulls have been going for 50 all day. They don't have great positioning up here, though. They're like very overextended. Hmm. Yeah, VIX should be a lot higher right now. I think it's possible the vol crush is sold calls. There's significantly more sold calls right now than there are puts on the zero DTE. Very possible that they're selling them further out too. I'm sure it's a bit of both, but there've been a few instances today where like vol was crushing. Like we had VIX down, spot up, which was weird. All right, I'm sorry. Spot down, spot down, VIX down. Like even in here, we were still dropping off, right? It's getting to be too late though. I'm probably gonna get fucked on these. It's running out of time. Yama's gonna pinch. And if we don't lose, yeah, if we don't lose 40 really soon, we'll just get locked up here at 45 into the end of the day. Hmm. Meta is planning higher end hypernova AR like glasses for 2025. One sec. They get it back above 45. Motherfuckers. All right. Where's this gonna end up? $50 butterfly. These are pricing up. Why? NQ's been lagging all day, though. Trump executive order shrimp to $10. Hmm. That's for today. This one day. Another lower high. What the fuck is this thing not failed yet? Pinned to 60.45. Yeah, I mean, that's where the bullish positioning is trying to put us. They even sold some puts here. Fucking cunt bags. 60.30. 60.35. God, it still looks like shit. Even at the end of the day, there's no fucking downside gamma. Dollar's back to flat. Yields are still down on the day, though. Carry leverage is holding steady at 9. Forward yield on VIX is down to -9. On -8.96. What the fuck? Hmm. 60.45 a good place for an iron fly. I don't know. The sold calls to the upside are way more significant than the sold puts that are supporting it. So charm, even here, not really favoring the bear or bulls. At this point, I highly doubt it slips below like 60.35, but it could still slip. Making another push for 50. That also seems unlikely to succeed. So close. I'm gonna make Vol great again. Nuke needs a cash pad. It doesn't look like it's gonna fucking be today. Hmm. Hmm. Weird day. Mm, 60-50. It's just all sold calls and puts. Probably rejected there, right? Uh, 200 billion gamma spot falls to 76 at 45, 17 at 40. That's just not going to go under 40, right? It could fall back to 40. Hmm. You think we pump overnight? No, probably not. Hmm. 35-40 calls. We should sell the upside. Someone's selling the 60-60 put. 24 minutes left still. I think that's like a lot of time. 60:34. Hmm. You're doing a 1 DTE straddle? Yeah. Well, actually, if this doesn't go above 60.50 here, then I'm doing a 1 DTE strangle, but yeah. What's the gamma flip point and GM? GM is gamma max. Gamma flip point is where net delta or net gamma exposure flips from positive to negative for the MM. Are you asking me what the numbers are? Um, for 0 DTE gamma, it flips at 60.27. Gamma max is at 61.30. That's good enough. Only one DTE? Mm, I'm not gonna do 3 DTE on this account. Also, I don't think I need to do 3 DTE. I think some of the 0 DTE puts they sold today fall off here, and we pull back overnight. And then if we pull back overnight, maybe tomorrow we get some more support around 60-20, 6,000 and push back up again. They could get 50 into end of day. It's not impossible. AGL's looking really good. What does your stream card have Melania dressed like the Hamburglar? That's what she wore. That would have been an alternative stream card. I picked the Cillian Murphy one. There was also this option. Could this fill 45? Yeah. The judge of Toontown. Fitting. You want to close at 60.45? Probably. Man, I really hope the Sundowners kicks in tonight and Trump just enacts some China tariffs while he's on the toilet at like 3 a.m. God damn it. I can't believe they saved that fucking failure. What a bunch of fucking pricks. Believe it or not, still pump. I'm going to talk about Sundowners a bit. What are they and how do I get them? It's like dementia that happens at night. And just get older. They're pumping volume into Dow. They're pumping money anywhere they feasibly can, besides tech. Lick a lot of aluminum. Biggest bubble anyone has ever seen. Almost. We need to go up a little bit more. I saw Gherk walking New York City in stolen valor this weekend. He was dressed as a Persian soldier from 400 BC. Fuck off. At stand up asked if anyone watched the inauguration, and everyone looked at me like I just told them I killed everyone in the elevator. What the fuck is stand up? Daily meeting? Oh. Where we brag about what we did? I see. Who does comedy clubs? The inauguration was a bit of a shit show. What is stand-up? Spoken like someone that hasn't had a job in the last 10 years. If I had a job that had a fucking meeting called stand-up, I'd quit. I'm doing it alright. Jeez. What's a job? Jesus, so pinned. Yeah, yeah, we are. Fortunately, I quit the job market before Scrum was a thing, too. Although I don't think it is in finance. Never called it stand-up or Scrum. I've never heard of that. I think it's because they're like they work in engineering. Scrums are heinous. Shh, don't tell Dork. Just get a bunch of rental properties and watch Gherkin every day. Are those Philadelphia rental properties? Oh man, I can't wait for us to snap back to 60-45 again. Close. Alright. Oh my god, Western New Jersey? Oh, did we touch 50? Oh fuck, we did. Look at that. Now back to 45. That was scary. Safe to Condor at 60-40, 60-50. Zero DTE? It's probably got decent odds of hitting. What the fuck is going on with vol? The market maker just wants to price everything up because realized vol's still sky high. You don't really think I'm dumb enough to live in Philly, do you? Don't answer that. There's like parts of Philly that are. Never mind. I was about to say something not true. When rebuy Vega puts, VIX 3-month under 16. It's schizoing out into the speech at 4. Oh, that's right. Trump's fucking running his mouth tonight, isn't he? 46% approve of Trump's approach to immigration. 47% of Americans approve of Trump's presidency in a poll conducted during his first hours in office. So less than the majority. Awesome. Gotta love representative democracy. Trump to heavily enforce tariffs on firearms and ammo from foreign countries. Want U.S. companies to see benefit POW SWBI. Wrong. When tech fails, do you think Trump signs an executive order to backstop all his new buddies at the expense of the taxpayers? I mean, it sounds like his investment into AI infrastructure is exactly that, but preemptive. We don't need banks anymore. You can just leave your money on your Apple card. Duh. All we need is the Mag 7 and they can loan themselves money. Fartcoin is my bank. Perfect. Congratulations, 6045 butterfly sellers. Oh, wait. Oh, get fucked. Whoa! Hello. Ah, I fucking knew it. Fucking prick. Pieces of shit. Vix cock rocketed into close. Alright. So, we managed to exceed the market maker's expected move for the day, and then just sit there all afternoon while bulls tried to do everything in their power to keep the market from mean reverting, which was successful ultimately. Super fucking lame though. 6078 broken to the upside on ES. We'll have to see if this holds, but we did retest it and find support. So it's likely it could continue higher to the 61113 or 6113 test. Um, there's a Trump speech after hours today, so we'll see what happens with that. But probably just drive a lot of volatility. A dollar down on the day, along with the top end of the yield curve. And some of the short duration stuff moved up. With the 3, 6, and 42 day, 3 and 6 month and 42-day actions today. Commodities down a little, mostly energy. Looks like precious metals are holding pretty steady. Copper fell a little bit with last night's Chinese infrastructure grab, but or liquidity grab, but if they can get the yuan sorted, we should probably start to see copper move back up a little bit. I could see commodities demand rising, especially if we see any tariffs actually come out of the Trump administration. fucking Dow was up 128 points. Um, correlation down hard today. So remember all of the old positioning and the dispersion trade fell off. Looks like they're levering a bunch of that up. Um, obviously 1 month correlation falling much faster. Um, almost back to where we were in the early part of Jan, or like late December. Um, this seems to be about the limit of where they've levered it up to recently. 3 month correlation, however, not near those levels. 3 month correlation keeps making slightly higher lows, and it's likely that more and more they don't want to enter the dispersion trade over longer time periods because of the increased risk. Carry trade leverage managed to hold around 9% today, even with the dollar falling a bit against the yen. And leverage at the short end of the trade moved up both on the 3 and 6 month. Forward yield on volatility at the end of the day hitting 9.44%. Negative 9.44%. Moves still pretty muted. Not a lot of bond volatility right now. We probably won't see much until we start to see correlation turn them around. Skew fell, but that didn't appear to matter much. We'll probably see more sold puts, significantly more sold puts, on the end of day print for today. And this is probably back near 90% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. Correlation on between cash fix and VX rose, now at 79.17%, so almost statistically irrelevant, getting very close. They're still shorting vol quite hard. Fed fund futures still only pricing in like half, a little more than half a rate cut into the middle of 2025. And this is probably the most important thing, is that the bear steepener has kind of slowed down a bit. I think the bond market's just waiting to see what Trump's going to do. But for the meantime, that does mean that this is not moving up. So we're seeing the 10-year spread drift apart a little bit again, as the top end of the curve comes down. And some of this buying at the top end of the curve is because there's fears that the dollar is going to push higher, pending whatever Trump decides to do. That doesn't matter. On the technical side of things, we did get a breakout, but I'm not sure we made. Yeah, we still really need to get above like that 60-70 level where we first sold off back in December, to confirm this. So this could still fail, but a bit more volume and definitely a stronger upside move on this. So definitely a better breakout than we had Friday. But yeah, still could run into problems finding buyers here between like 60-50 and 60-99. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's about it. Yeah, I think so. Netflix beat earnings. Netflix up 10%. Awesome. Oh, look at that. I still pay for Netflix. No problem. Netflix missed on revenue, but they beat on EPS. Were analyst estimates above? I'll have to look. This may or may not last, right? It'll depend on what they say and what kind of guidance they give. Netflix authorizes $15 buyback. Never mind. They're not giving any of it back. There's a swaps market for a BOJ rate hike. You can derive it from their yields. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?